Sorry, I've been talking and my mic's been muted. I was trying to get a Facebook stream started, but I have YouTube and Twitch both going now, so hopefully that works. We're going to be doing some character creation today. We're using the PTU because it has the good character creator features. Grab my references. Game capture's working, mic's working. Let me know how the audio is. Share this with people who are getting their characters done. Okay, so the first one that I'm doing is a rework of that is the closer one. Okay. Not sure if we have more eyebrow options yet. It would be nice if they give us some, but we'll see what we can do. That's the one we're currently running. I guess that's kind of close. Here, let me open this one. I'll pull up the reference photo so you guys can see it. Like I said earlier, when my volume was off, let me know if you can't hear my volume or if I need to modify it or something. Down a little bit. This one. What were her feedback on that? A beard. More tans. I didn't realize that left clicking would work on that. Okay. I don't know if we can do eyelashes darker, but if we need to do a really, really faint eyeliner, we can go with that. We will go put the mustache on. Not mustache, mustache and beard. Shorter than that. That's not bad. Dye the roots and we'll make them dark. And we'll pull the light out of it. Also make the hair a little bit lighter. I'll pull up the other photo as well. A little bit of a gold tinge in the hair. Super subtle there. Let me back this up and see if that's better. And then if I can apply this to all, no. Eyebrows are pretty decent. Need to pull the eyes down a little bit. Still don't have a lot of control over some of this. too bad. It's still a little bit angled differently. Might have to change the base here. So freckles off, sunspots off. 14 right now. Save this where we're at. Based on how it normally does. See if we have other hairstyles that are closer now, because they have added some more quote unquote normal ones. That's basically the exact same thing, even though that's not the one that was selected. I guess we'll stick with this one. This still requires some work. You guys want me to do a face for you? Um, Basically, the way I do it is, if people want it, then shoot me like a DM on Discord. It's at Sharks Bite. Should be the same as YouTube or not Instagram. I mean, yes, Instagram, but same as Twitch and YouTube. And then do it for donation. A lot of people do between 20 and 30 bucks. And I spend basically as long as I need to get it done. Um, if I can't get it done in like 3 hours to your satisfaction, then just call it. But in general, I'm pretty good at it, getting it the way that people want. And I like doing it. I've done a lot of them. I've been using the character creator since before the new one went live. Okay. Um, Save that again. I do like that nose a little better. Okay, drop it down. Okay, we'll change the texture now. So we're on 14. Our skin tone is locked. If you use this at all, you know that doesn't really mean much of anything. But we're going to try and make it so that it doesn't have any of the redness. And we're also going to try and get it so that we have the same, like the creases and everything, the wrinkles where they should be. Right now, two's looking like our best option so far. Five's not bad. Let me see if I lighten this up what it looks like. Okay, I would call 5 our best option so far. Unfortunately, as usual, we have all of the um, rosacea. Even like if you look down here, you have the stubble and stuff, and all of the moles are included with the undertone which means that and the wrinkles and everything, and we can't customize those individually, which is really frustrating when you're trying to like accurately represent people. Like 5 is still our best option. 23 is not bad. We're on 14 before. Go to more tan version. Still has some of the same, a little tiny bit of rosacea, but I think it looks better. So we'll go back to 14. See, and that's how 14 looks now. So it looks like 14 changed almost completely. I don't know if they completely reworked the system. Like 21's not bad as far as the older. Let me see if they wanted it to be a younger version or what the. No freckles or redness. Eyebrows fuller, eyelashes darker. So we'll go with styling. Don't want to put like super dark um, makeup on, but if we can just add enough to give a little bit more of a darker eyelash appearance, you can see the difference there, or if we turn it off completely versus if we turn it on. It's really subtle, but don't really need a metallic appearance. I think based on her feedback, his wife's feedback, we'll go back to 5. And I'll send. Can make the cheeks a little bit, or rather the jaw a little bit more. It's close. Yeah, I don't mess with that too much. I don't want to pull it down just a little bit. Like I should be able to grab it and just pull the chin down, but because of the way that they do their blending, it's the forehead crease a little bit. I'm gonna send a screenshot of this one, and then we'll move on to the next. If I hear back, we'll move back to this one. Hopefully, this shows up decent. It's not too bad. Close that. Okay. Close the reference photos out. Why do I have voice attack listening? Hello. Anna was like, that's affirmative. I don't know what we're pressing. Oh, that's funny. I have my head trackers on. Come on. I think that's new. I don't think that like Toby used to do that. Why are we lagging a little bit? But it's still not like doing the voice. Here we go. I'm gonna have to turn that off while I'm actually working. Okay. So this one is a new one. Just prepping my images here. Uh, okay. Both of those done. Shoot. Okay, so we have this one saved as a new one. We will go to DNA, hit randomize all a couple times. Fun. That's hilarious. British rock star we have there. Okay, turn everything on. No lips, no cheeks, no eyes, no hair. Actually, for hair, we can pick whatever the short buzz cut is. They should have one. Do they not just have like a really short buzz? I thought that they did. That's annoying. Like the easiest hairstyle. That might be it. Mm, kind of closer. It's a little curlier than ideal, but whatever. Okay, color the red. Before that, nope. This is annoying. Look, I hit dye roots, and then all of a sudden it changes the color we want. So we have a little bit of mouth crease, almost no crow's feet, a little bit of forehead crease, basically not really any moles, rosacea, anything like that. So we gotta get close to that as kind of our baseline. A little bit of forehead crease. Terrible. The problem is that the undertone is wrong for this one. Lighter than that, like a blonde beard. I'll stick with that for now. Now back to DNA. kind of a good neutral. Can go lighter. Not bad. Problem with this haircut is that it really squares up the face and it's not accurate around the upper forehead. And it's like the only one that's even moderately close. The other thing that I've noticed is that a lot of the time when you have these, basically they limit what your selection of one feature is by the ones you have the others set to, but then you can modify the others accidentally. It's really kind of not intuitive. Like, it would be nice if I could just move the mouth up without changing the shape or whatever. See, now I'm noticing there is some rosacea on this face. I'm not sure if I like this one. We're on 16 right now. 20's not horrible. Oh, let me turn. Still need a little bit of forehead wrinkle, but without much. That's actually pretty good. We'll go with that, I think. It does have some freckles. He has a couple, but this one onto the monitor for a sec. Unfortunately, not all of my monitors are the same, which means that as close as I could get it, they're still not perfect. Um, as far as the color and everything. But the eyes are a little bit paler. Nope. Come on. Still. You should be able to like change the eye saturation. That's pretty close. Slight touch of green to them. Eyebrows. See if I can get YouTube chat up as well, because it should be, but it's not. I think I have access to both YouTube and Twitch chat. So I'm not hearing myself. Okay, sorry, eyebrow color. Go. Bye, Solara. Again, almost blonde. Wrong hair. We're the right color, right? You have to like turn off stubble and then turn it back on to get it to the right color, or does it only let us pick the color if you don't just pick stubble? Like, yeah, no, that's not it. And once again, it changes. It turns off dye roots even if you leave it on or have changed it or whatever. It does let you change the color of the stubble. Eyebrows are still too prominent. Kind of more this shape. Yeah, no, that's really the only one that's kind of close. still not 100% satisfied with the beard color. There's like not a whole lot I can do with it. My roots seems to help a little better. Okay, we'll save that for now. Back. So finicky, right? At that level where it could change the complete shape of the face with just like an inch or like a fraction of an inch of movement. And it's not, again, intuitive which one that it changes because they don't do like a drag and drop. They're actually just editing between a bunch of different heads. I kind of understand why they went that way, but it's still frustrating. Kind of the right level. See, and then the eyebrows set the way that they are there is good, but I want to be able to like pull the eyes out a little bit more, and don't always have that option. Same thing, can't just like grab and resize the eyes. Check and see. It's not bad. It doesn't have the forehead creasing, but it's not terribly inaccurate around the middle. That one's a little better. That's 34. This one doesn't have as much crease around the mouth as I'd like, but it's not bad, and it has just a little bit of the forehead there. Put into the kind of more pink zone. Has like no color really. You can jump up on the couch if you're on the chair if you want. Bye. The eyes are too open there, but then if I try to close them or whatever, or like make them smaller, then it changes the eyebrow shape. Or I mean not the eyebrow, the upper eyelid shape. Still not 100% certain if grabbing one eye versus the other changes things either. Like if this one does different stuff than this one. They're not really clear on what each handle does. Yeah, no, it looks like they do different stuff because the this one, when you pull it out, it does different tilting of the eyes. Honestly, I should make a diagram so that I have all this stuff. So I need to tweak stuff. So this does kind of the tilt. Does some tilt, but also like changes the shape a lot more of the upper eyelid. This one also changes the tilt and the shape of the upper eyelid. This one changes how like open and closed it is. Why does it look like there's eyeliner now? Oh, no eyeliner. Eyes are still a little bit too low on the face. Yeah, I'll shoot you a Discord request here. got that friend request. And like I said before, if you want me to do a face for you, I do it on a donation basis. So I take in-game AUEC. I am trying to get a couple more referrals. They're resetting the way that referrals work in July, and I have 8, and I've spent like 10 years working on it. So I will post my referral code in chat real quick. Link. Post it in YouTube as well. But yeah, if you know anyone who wants to make an account and you're not using the referral program, or if you want to make an alt or whatever, I would really appreciate it because I have until July 1st to hit the limit. Otherwise, they're going to reset it to 0. It's really dumb. I don't think they should be doing that, especially for people who haven't like capped out or whatever, because it's not helping any of us. But you know, whatever. The IT is going to do what they do. You can't just drag the ear down without changing the shape. Still want to get the eyes a little bit higher if I can. I can almost get them to where I want them, but like as far as how far back they're set, but not as high as I want them in the face. If I modify this one. And moving them this low makes the forehead look really large when it's not. I guess I'll move them up to here. And then I'll try and change the shape while they're up there. Still want to get them more closed. But yeah, I don't want to bring them in too much either. Come on. So subtle, just even moving it a little bit changes the shape completely. And potentially the position. It's like, let me lock stuff down. I should retitle this Shark's Bite Whines About the Character Creator. See if I can drag them back a little bit. fade. Nope, right in the middle. Why doesn't it just let me keep it there? That might be as close as we get on the eyes. The nose a little bit more now. A little bit wider. So you can get a crease. See, like, I should be able to decide how thick I want the walls of the nose to be, how wide I want the like middle to be, um, without having to like cycle through a bunch of random in betweens that don't link together in any way whatsoever. I should be able to choose like how upturned I want it. And like I said before, I kind of understand why they made the decisions they made because they want it to be like within the realm of realistic faces, but at the same time that really isn't intuitive because that's not like how any other character creator face works or whatever. Save where we're at. It should also not save individual steps unless I am letting go of it. Like, if I'm clicking and holding, it shouldn't save the intermediate steps. Quick note. Okay, minimize that note. If I don't write it down, I will forget it. I have to pause the stream. I will be back. Hello? Yes. Yes. Yeah, sure. So I am currently undergoing autism assessment, and I received, or rather, I was process of diagnosis. I was working with a psychology associate who was supposed to be under like supervision by licensed psychologist, and working under their license. And then basically what happened was I didn't realize it until a couple of weeks ago. So after this all happened, but back in December was the last message that I got from them where they had listed the person who was supposed to be supervising them. And then following that, just their email signature. I don't have a business card and haven't like seen them in person to get one. Like don't know what their business card has, but like according to everything I could find, basically if they are um, posting their like name and whatever, they should also have the license number of the person they're working under. So like business card, yeah, it does not have any kind of license number, name, anything like that. They are still working out of the Kaiser Behavioral Health Center. I did file a grievance with them about what I felt was inadequate assessment. Like they didn't, when they did the quote unquote assessment, they didn't do anything that was like autism specific. They did a couple the only autism specific testing measure that was used at all was one that they had my mom do, which was she's not exactly a reliable source. She is on the anti-vaxxer, or believes that vaccines are probably, or at least definitely are a divergent, and so not really a good measure of what quote unquote normal would be. And so those combined with the fact that her memory's not that great, even like she had trouble remembering what was really dismissive of my concerns. He said, "Oh well, we had an autism specific questionnaire, like what your mom did." Told me what it was called. It was like the social communication quotient or something like that. And then, but what was very dismissive of all of my self-reporting, all of the forms that I filled out, my history and everything. And then the person who was doing the assessment didn't really follow any of the criteria on the DSM-5. And when I brought up those concerns, she was really dismissive and basically said, well, based on what I'm seeing, it doesn't appear that you're meeting the criteria for deficiency or something like that. And when DSM itself says that any or all of those not meeting a specific level doesn't necessarily support needs doesn't mean that the symptoms are there. And so I tried to get them, and they told me that if I want to transfer to a different autism assessment center, they would have to essentially do a complete intake and referral on me, change my therapist who is outside of the Kaiser Behavioral Health. Which I was definitely not going to do. Like I think they're a good April or late March. Sure, yeah. Um, so they all I got back from them was just like we've received your grievance and approved you for a second opinion. No feedback on the grievance, no like, okay, this is how we're going to deal with it or resolve it, no chance to talk to her current supervisor or the therapist. When I tried to actually reach out before I filed the grievance and talk to her supervisor, they said that that's no longer Kaiser's policy, that they won't let you speak directly to the supervisor, which to my knowledge is also a violation of like California's laws. Everything that I looked up said you should always be able to talk to the person supervising your clinician if they're like an associate and not licensed. But I don't know. It's through Medi-Cal. Sure. Yep. Yeah. I guess the other question to ask the attorney directly is what what are the requirements for like not just contacting but like reporting the license number of uh the assessing clinic, or rather the supervising clinician of someone who is being supervised while doing an assessment, and if someone's supervision ends, what are the requirements for like any ongoing assessments? Do they have to put that on hold? What if they continue working through the paperwork without an assessing clinician? Like, do they just keep working on it and then all they have to do is wait until they get another supervisor before they can have that person sign off on it? Because that's what I think is happening. Why I haven't got the report yet is because she doesn't have a supervisor. I haven't had that confirmed by anyone, but that's what my suspicion is. And then as soon as she like has a new supervisor, they're just gonna either sign off on it or whatever and send it over rubber stamps. October 2nd, 1991. 4033 San Juan Avenue, apartment. Okay, sorry about that. I had a phone call that was important that I've been waiting on. Make sure we are still online. Looks like we are. And on Twitch, we are. Okay. Um, so I haven't done anything since the end of the last stream, but see if I can make the head just a little bit wider here. That's pretty close. And we already established that we're not going to get better than that with the eyes. I was going to try and make the nose a little bit better. That doesn't really do it. That's a little better. Okay, I'm going to call that good for now. I'll send him a screenshot so that he can take a look at it and see if we need to make any changes. Save. Clear. You. Fortunately, we still don't get a really accurate look of what it looks like in game. So I still have to like log into the game to be able to see and show what the realistic lighting is. Even though I've gotten kind of close. Wow. Did they release a new? That'd be hilarious if they dropped a new patch on me. Yep, I have to refresh. Okay, we'll hide the reference photos. Okay, I have to close and reopen launcher. Okay, updating. It's going to be at least a 4 gig update. can switch to countdown and then put my camera on. Why? That's the old video. Okay, we're still waiting. There, update completed. Yeah, it didn't even take 3 minutes. Cool. Go back to Star Citizen. Okay. Okay, I gotta upload the file for that last one to Drive, and then we'll get working on the next one. You used to be able to click the up arc or no, archive the up directory button in Windows, but now if you do that and you navigated from somewhere else, it'll take you back to wherever you navigated from, and it's really dumb. So I have to go all the way back. shortcuts. Access those from each other. User profiles, no, not profiles. Client 0 custom characters. I'm not going to use more than 90% of character creator files. Thank you, Google. Okay, and then the next one we're doing is give me the one that he wanted. No, he didn't. I thought he did. Okay, this guy's next. We're doing Mr. Black. I guess it doesn't like parentheses. Do not have a better picture than that. It's interesting because there are different pictures of his face with different like hair colors and stuff. So save this one. First thing we're gonna find is a couple times. That guy almost looks like Arnold. We'll go turn off our styling. Already have that one. that one. Apparently, there's a bunch of different versions of him in this movie. There, that one's better. Here, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna turn off that QR code up in the term. Sure, accept. That is not. I'm gonna mess with my. Okay, good. I do have character creator on my reshade. If you're not familiar with it, you definitely want to be making sure that you have reshade installed if you're trying to make accurate faces. Hello, Joshua. Sorry, I didn't see that because I didn't have chat up on that screen. It looks like it is only pushing Twitch chat through to my chat watcher. So I'll do what I can to. The window that I thought it was. Here we go. Crop these real quick. It'd be really funny if Jack Black like said, "Hey, this person's doing Jack Black," and then they saw the current face that's up. I don't look anything like that. That one. Edit. Crop this one. Kind of a different perspective on the face. Okay. Go there. That one visible. That one visible. There we go. Okay. First things first. Go change our tech. We'll take the tattoo off. Uh, no tattoo. Lipstick. Makeup. Eye makeup. Apparently my earbuds died. And we kind of have the same issue, now it's like Elon, with my hair that we have with his hair, and that is that when it is down, there is not really a good option for it. So we'll go ahead and do our best. Brown, dye the roots. Just a lot of finesse in here because there's like probably 3 or 4 different ways that you can get to the hair color that you're looking for. We want it to be more dye. There we go. And then we'll turn the variation down and bring it back. And there's not really a good way to like tone this down once you get to like that point. Honestly, I'll probably just keep it more brown with no real highlights in there. A little bit there. It changes based on the light because if you look at the second picture, there's a lot more red in it. But anyway, beard. This is really wide. Eyebrows are very expressive and large. Now it looks like Brad Pitt a little bit, just the face and everything. Interesting how like I haven't even changed it to look more like anyone. I think that is the closest beard that we're gonna get. Change the color a little bit. For this one, I think we want it to start out. Nope, wrong one. Beard color. Look, and it changed the hair dye color again. Um, we'll dye the roots. We'll start it there and move it to almost a blonde white. And then we'll move the dye color back. You can't put those highlights in the way that he has it, unfortunately. So we'll probably go for a little bit more of the younger version. I actually need to look at the full-size pictures of these so that I have a good view of what I'm doing. We'll go with this one. I'm not sure why we're not all the way caught up with the stream. That's not helpful. Sure, I'll use that one as my main reference. Beard is almost black in this picture, but that is also a much less saturated photo. Kind of like that. Okay, DNA. We'll go back to eye color. He has like a brownish hazel color with a touch of green. That's pretty good. That's almost perfect. His eyebrows are black. Almost bushier than that. But not in Minecraft. So I guess back to this. That's rounder. Doesn't have any kind of a unibrow though. We'll stick with this for now. Okay, and then we'll look up a picture of Jack Black's face without hair. I turn this off and then back on. If I turn off the hair so that I can get the face, is it gonna mess up the hair if I put it back on? It shouldn't. Okay. So he definitely has some forehead wrinkle. Definitely has a little bit of creasing around the eyes. Definitely has a bit of creasing around the mouth. His nose sits up higher in his face. His nostrils don't open outward, they're almost straight down. And his nose is kind of wide set, but a fairly narrow, um, forget the name of the. That is not what I wanted. Septum? I guess the septum's the entire middle cartilage. Okay. You have what the alar cartilage is. Anyway, back to Mr. Black. Looks like his nose hasn't really changed shape over the years. That's something that, with a lot of actors and actresses, you have to take into account is sometimes their faces change shape over time. Someone's being a dumbass. Okay. His nose is a little bit smaller than that. His head is definitely rounder than that. His chin is fairly narrow. But he has like a little bit of a crease in the middle of it. Eyes are kind of high set, kind of squinty, not huge, not small, kind of wide set. Mouth is really narrow. Nose is smaller. Like that shape, but without the it's shorter than that. But as soon as I start bringing it up higher, it starts opening up the nostrils. The septum is lower on his than the sides are. Come on. Like, almost like that, but more tilted down. A little better. It's not perfect, but that might be as close as we get. Like, look, even just a slight movement there, you can almost not see my mouse moving. Look how much the nose moves. Come on. Oh, now it's face tracking again. Where's my mouse? There we go. The other one I was using. Hi, Solara. What's wrong? Switch this one out for that. Still waiting. Text message. You have half an hour until you're going to be fed, and it's automatic, and it's every day. Nothing changed. Okay. Sorry, I'm arguing with my cat because she thinks that it's food time, and it's not food time yet, but good. We can get those brows down a bit. Mouth is a little narrower than that, but if I make it narrower than that, sometimes it'll change the shape of the lips and stuff. Change this one out. This is an older picture, but it gives a little bit more of his face shape. Edit that. Let's save it. Save. Glad you're liking it so far. Okay. Kind of got a decent face shape. The lower half of his face is shorter than this. And the problem is that if I bring it up, then it changes the rest of the shape. As usual, you can't just edit one thing, you have to edit it all. Okay, well, we'll go back to our hair. Like, I think he's had hair similar to that in some movies, but that's not what he has in Minecraft. I think we're stuck with the one I have to use for mine. Just like that. And then we go facial hair, beard. And see, his real life mustache is like thicker and falls further down than that, but see what I can tweak to make it look more like him. The eyebrows are still too red. Weird because it's not letting me change them much. If I put like 0 dye on them and whatever. Let's make him a little bit more pale. It's not bad. Yeah, the eye color is still good, but because he could put a mining helmet on and that would kind of shove his hair down. I think they have one close to that. kind of more of his squint there. Like, I can't pull his cheeks really out further. Now it's way too bright, too. I'm having trouble. Dark. Stick with this one for now. If I need to modify it, I can. But we'll definitely go into game with this one to make sure that it looks right under game lighting. That's a little closer. Got the cheeks to come out a bit. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of text messages right now. Still not the one I'm looking for. That's kind of funny. Um, D&D game might be delayed, but that's not you guys. Um, you still have 21 minutes until food time. Actually, it's more like 19 minutes. Now it's bath time. See, and the other thing that, like, if we could prioritize like one thing, it would be being able to edit the individual pieces of hair, whether it's the side of the hair, the top of the hair, where it fades, all that stuff, um, individually, or like change the mustache without changing the rest of it. Game might get pushed. Okay. Seeing one of these, his eyes look like they're bigger, but in the other one, he's like not squinting as much. Um, Almost want to put a little bit of eye makeup on him. See, not because he actually has eye makeup, but like if you look at the Minecraft version of him, let me bring that up a little bit. See that shadow that he has there? If you're on Durant, I would love your feedback. Advanced. Bring that down a little bit. It's not, but because of the way his eye shape is, he almost has like a natural cat eye there. Shoot, where did it go? Oh, I hit massive. That's why. Uh, what? Okay. See, now it doesn't look washed out. It's really dumb. Sometimes, because I have the auto brightness darkness compensator, sometimes it'll wash itself out without me telling it to. 4 is the skin texture we're currently on. Let's see if we have anything that's a little bit closer. You're gonna have to excuse that because I have to have the notifications on. 17 isn't bad. We pink it up a bit. Why does YouTube keep lagging behind? I have it clicked on live and then it keeps dropping off. 'Cause I don't like how that one's looking though, as far as when it shades, because like the skin texture is decent, but then the rosacea is either way too dark or way too light. So 4 is so far our best yet. Nope. 35 is not horrible. 34. But see, he has a little bit of eye bag, but it's way lower than these are giving us the option for, or way too pronounced. The fade here is way too gradual too. I want to see like a good contrast between them when I switch, and because it fades between them, sometimes it's really hard to tell. We will change the lip color a little bit, not because he's wearing lipstick, but because he's not, and it looks like he is. Let me grab it. Let me save where we're at right now. I didn't think it would be this difficult to make Jack Black, but he does have a very distinctive face. Let me take a look at the other. Maybe the eyebrows down a little bit more. I wish I could like change the angle of the eyebrows too. See, and his nose is wider than that, but it's not that wide. And then he has the front nose bulge. I forget what it's called, but anyway, like there's more of like a pronounced change here that you can see in the shadow. Like if I could just resize it, it's almost perfect like that, but it's smaller. Take another screenshot here. Cool. Happy. Save this one and then get that file uploaded. And like I tell everyone when I'm doing these for people, if they add more faces, if they add more features or hairstyles or whatever, I'm always happy to come back and take a look at it. So save this one. We'll upload it and get him that file. Next, I'm not going to have reference photos up for because I was asked not to. So you're gonna have to trust me. Yes, leave the customizer. Turn this off because my head is hurting. Skip. Oh shoot, we were gonna look at it under in-game lighting, just so you can see the difference. Real quick, I'll load that up and then uh, we'll go Area 18 probably has the most neutral lighting. Heuristic black hole. The problem with Area 18 on PTU is it's also going to be in the most crowded because they are testing Will Live. Hopefully we're not in a slideshow. While we're loading, let me check my messages again. Got the message I was looking for. Apparently, every time I switch away from the YouTube window, it's decided that it's going to, I don't know. Usually the login times for the window are a lot, or not window, for the PTU are a lot longer, especially the first time you load in on a patch. So really bright right now. And then, come on. You can see the lighting is a lot different in game here. They've done a little bit of improvement on the level of detail. Up until recently, what would happen is if you weren't like right up on the page up and page down as my control keys for reshade. But anyway, what would happen is if your levels of detail weren't like all the way zoomed in, then it would like cull the eyebrows really early. So now like at least you can see that they're there instead of like having them completely change the shape of the face. But even now, because of the way that they look, um, they don't look as dark as they need to right up front. So anyway, it's not perfect, but it is good enough. Okay. Next character. The other thing is like we always want to make these look flattering, um, and sometimes just um, based on the options that are available, based on the skin textures that are available, and whatever. You got to be sensitive because sometimes making it look like someone or someone's partner or whatever, um, just like when you're drawing a picture, people are sensitive about that stuff. But you also don't want to not make it look like them because if you're like tuning it or whatever, I don't know. Draw a picture of your significant other. Tell me how they appreciate it and get back to me. If they're decent, then they will appreciate it. Hey, how's it going? To have my chat windows all split up so that I can see everything. Yeah, I don't know the stream chat. It looks like it's really, really behind on uh what do you call it? Um, it's really behind on Twitch and on YouTube, but not nearly as much. Okay. Yeah, no reference photos on this one because we were asked not to. Hair's longer than that. I'm gonna turn off facial recognition so it doesn't do weird stuff with people's faces. That might be the closest hair that we have. Go back. Hair, dye the roots dark. Add blonde-ish highlights. Pull them out. Variation. Not that much variation because there's not really any red in there. Let me know if you need me to turn the volume up or speak louder. I'll do my best. A little less, but the gradient is a little higher. eyebrow color is darker. We need more eyebrow options, really. Yeah, those ones aren't bad. Shoot, I had my thumb on the bar and I was changing her face really quickly. Mechanical keyboards. Eyes are actually a little wider set than that. And there is some eye makeup. A little bit of a cat eye there. Nose needs to change a little bit. Skin texture's not bad, actually. 38's what we're on right now. Let me see. We'll go through real quick. $16. It's a little. Let me turn the. I wish it would default all of those off. Um, I'll go with that one. 26 versus 38. 38. 26. Yeah, honestly, we really need to be able to take melanin color independently from the shapes of everything else. This one is yours, Joshua. So I would appreciate your live feedback because you know what it's supposed to look like. Oh, see, that's the other thing that changes with changing the skin texture, it changes the lip shape too. She has more of a cupid's bow than this face does. So save this. We were at 38 before. Yeah, see, and that has oh, that's 37. 38 has much more of the right cupid's bow mouth. So we can change the tone back. On stream, it seems like it's a little bit too washed out. Let me see if I can change or like put a filter on this. Not 1,000% sure. Let me check on my phone first so that yeah, exactly. If you've played with this at all, you know exactly what the issues are. They don't have the ability to change all of the independent factors that really make the face look like what it looks like. I don't trust my monitors, so I'm going to pull up on my phone and see what the colors look like. Okay, yeah, it's not too washed out on the phone. The phone looks pretty darn close to how my actual monitor looks. So I'll go with that, which is slightly lighter, and then I will put on some makeup. Change the mouth shape. They also don't give us the options for asymmetry, and all of that is really necessary when you want to make someone look exactly like themselves. Yeah, her hair also parts to the side. What do you think of the hair so far, as the coloring and everything? Can't change the hairline either, unfortunately. Oh, Nope, nope, nope. That looks pretty close to me. I'll send you a screenshot, and you can let me know what you think. Of course. I'm gonna mute myself for a sec. Okay, I am unmuted. I will try and get the jawline closer. But yeah, one of the stupid things is as soon as you start playing with the jawline, it changes the chin shape. Oh, and it froze for a sec. Back. See, and that's not right either. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. That's closer. The chin is still a little bit, but so now we get the little bit of a dimple that she has. The chin is still round. Yeah, the way that you have to move the eyes to get them right, it's like you have what, 8 points, and all of them can move independently, except all of them change the way everything else does. So, sometimes what is nice to do is if you can essentially spam click randomize all until you get the most difficult part closest, that kind of gives you a little bit better chance of getting the rest of it. But that's usually only if you have a lot of difficulty with a specific face. So the curve down there, I'll show you. If you go to styling, it's actually the cat eye on the makeup. So if you take the makeup off, it's still there. It's just not as prominent. But if you add, now it changed it. Um, I had it, yeah, very subtle on the makeup there, but it's enough that it is highlighted. And then that, and then making sure you get the closest skin texture that gives you all of the features that you want. Probably about as close as that until we get more of the options that we need. But let's go advanced. Little paler pink, but not very. Number one. We'll just drop the opacity and smoothness. Two should Oh, okay, here, I'll show you again. So if you go to eyes, let me know when you're here. It's the third one across at the top. So you have the no eye makeup, and then you have just outline, and then you have the cat eye, which is that little, come on, there we go. This minor swatch right here. Yeah, the other thing on the one that you're showing me now is the curve around the mouth here. The skin texture that you picked has a lot more pronounced one than she does. She has just very slight here from the curve up at the side of the nose down. Hers is a little more pronounced than the one that I have, but the combination between the shape of the cheek, the shade of the cheek, and the way that the eyes are shaped on this particular model, as well as how clear her skin is, it's really hard to find one like her pores are even less visible than this. But if you go, so we'll save it again. Uh, Where are we? Shoot, and I'm getting another call. Hold on. So now when you zoom out, you can't even see the pores because that level of detail is not going to be showing up. So like if we go into area 18 right now, you'll see that like the in-game lighting looks a lot different. At least we're still loading. But anyway, D&D game is off. So in game, this is what it looks like in a dark room, which is like super dark. Let's move over to the light here. Oh, that is, yeah, the lighting's really bad in here. Chat should start off, but it doesn't. So this is, again, in a really, really light room. Let me turn off face tracking. Because as much as they did to make it better, it's still not amazing. Boy, off. So that's in a very bright environment what it looks like. Zoom. Mid blink again. Go downstairs to get more of an outside, darker view. We'll let this person touch the button because I don't want to get shoved into a wall. And then they run back towards me, shove me into the wall. We are in Slideshow Simulator. So this is a more neutral light than the straight electric light that we were just in. So darker, and then if I move out a bit, but now the lip makeup looks weird. Anyway. Check. Yeah, it is really laggy here. We got kind of some green. Make yellow. That's actually probably some of the most neutral light you're going to get, where you have a yellow with green. 4 done today. Hold on. So if we go here, character customization again. So we are on, yeah, it is 38. That is the skin texture that I'm using. I think it may have changed number though, because I was noticing that earlier on the PTU, the skin texture names look different from the ones that they were previously, and the hairs also changed. So when they added them, it's a little bit different. Come on. This will okay. So I'll send you both of these. I made 2 different versions. All I need to do is find where they are in this folder. Both of those. I will send them over. Okay, let's see who's next. One, two, three. Come on, where's the other one? I just sent a message to this person. Down the next one. Where'd it go? Thought I had the guess I can copy it from a different message. There we go. So the next one is interesting because it is from Star Citizen Character Creator, but it's from the old version. So we're going to do our best to match it. Okay. We're going to shrink this one down, visible. We'll see what we can do. That's still not the right one. That's funny. Okay, so that is just in two different lights. Okay. So they did change the eye makeup a bit. Honestly, we'll start from where we're at because it has some of the features in common. Just YouTube. There. That. And we'll save this one. First thing we're going to do is change the hair. And pretty close to brown, brown or black. Almost a light pink, but very faint. DNA. Let me check these. Asking me if I know these people. Sorry about the delay. Okay, hopefully that's the last. And I can actually mute my phone now because everyone is closed and I'm not expecting any calls or whatever. Okay. Smooth skin, very light mouth lines, almost no eye creases. But definitely has more of a mouth bow than this. Let me turn the styling off for the cheeks, for the mouth. No tattoos, no piercings. Eyebrows are thin. They're really thin. So it's definitely not skin texture too, just based on the mouth. One, maybe. Yeah, the nose and lips. The thing is, with the lips, it changes. Like if I we're on number 5 right now. If I drag it through, you can see that it changes the lip shape on almost every single one of them. 44 isn't bad. Change the hair just so that it's less dark all around. Also, you want it on character creator new. There we go. Color, root dye color. So based on the color that you had, it looks like it's pretty close to this as far as the hair color is concerned. We can always change the dye gradient up or down a little bit and shift it around, but I'll call it good at this for now. And then eyebrows that you had for her were basically black. I might switch to the other cat eyes on the makeup. Yep, totally get it. And the chin isn't bad right now. I need to bring the jaw back a little bit, so I'll work on that as soon as I touch up the makeup. 3 or maybe 4. Like that one, it's way too far out. That one, it's further in. There's not really kind of a good in between. Change the jaw. I did think it was really funny in the Facebook thread. Someone's like, "All the women look like men," and I'm like, "No, they don't. What are you doing?" A little bit higher on the cheekbone to bring the dimple out. I'll see, and now the upper lip doesn't look as the way that it should. Maybe if I bring it up, I can kind of tilt it out a little bit because she has a little bit of a pout, but I might have to change the skin tone again, or not the tone, the texture. Here, I'm gonna save this just so we know where we're at. All the way at the top again. Yeah. The other thing that you can do is you can move back and forth here. So like, see, okay, so her cheeks may be closer to what we want here. And then you can move the slider and see if it kind of gets you more in the direction that you want to get like the dimple. Same, hers right there. Yeah, that pulls it in. And then if we want her chin, so I do go back and forth between these if I'm having trouble getting the right one. Just a touch of this one to round it a little bit. She has a round chin. There's almost no divot in the middle. See, that's not what we're looking for there. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go to the texture here. But we are on 44. We'll save it again. These aren't even all of the faces that I've made. These are just the ones that I haven't cleared out recently. Okay. We're going to change, and we'll go through and see if we can find. Why are we not? There we go. So we are looking for a strong Cupid's bow with a little bit more definition at the top, but we don't want to add lines or marks where we can avoid it. See, that one has a really nice definition, but like there's a strong crease right there. That one's not bad, but again, it has like freckles, and we have all the freckles down. Like I could add more, but we're not doing that. We want less freckles. So even with them all the way down, she has freckles still, and she has more of the mouth crease. 38 isn't bad. We get more of the pout that we're looking for. That's just changing the size. Nope, nope. Try this one already. Sorry. And then you get a pout, but her mouth is larger here. Pretty close though. Go back to her nose. A little bit more definition. Upper bridge of the nose is a little more prominent. You already ate. think I got the mouth and the nose right. Close. I think it's the lighting here. I'm gonna save this one more time. And we'll load in and see what it looks like. Again, really shitty lighting in here. Thank you, Area 18, for shitty lighting instead of our house. She looks grumpy. See, her eyes are too big now based on the current appearance, so I'm gonna have to go back in and change that. Looks really bad. There we go. Less grainy. Well, good job. You found your rat. Yep, not options. Let me pull back up chat. There we go. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's really hard to see from one angle versus the other. Like here, it looks fine, but you're right. It's larger there. Come on. Yep, I feel that. I had one for me that changed a lot too. And I got close, but see, it doesn't look that big now. Anyway, but see now the sides are not bad. Let me know what you think. Save it here. And if we need to tweak stuff, we can continue trying. Come on. Come on. What do you think of it there? Lip changed a little bit. I think the nose is closer to the right size and shape. I can pull it into live and see, or not live, but in game. Um, I had a hard time telling what color her eyes were from the pictures you gave me. Let me pull it up larger. They look brown, but a little bit closer to gold. Yeah, I can't make her eyebrow darker than that. And if I go to styling, I can make the eyelash a little bit. We'll save it where it's at. Then we'll go advanced, bring down the contrast a little bit. Let's see, that's darker. And the tail on the eye isn't as close. I will only change the makeup on this one, and I'll send you both of them. We can also go with heavier contouring here. Oh, and we're not on the right. We want reshade character creator new. There we go. So this is a little bit closer to how it looks in game. I think I changed the skin tone a little bit here, but I'll change it to, and then I will try and get it a little bit closer to. She almost has like a pink tone. And then I'll turn the makeup coloring down. And I'll save this as 3. Okay. So if we go back, so she's paler there, and this is with the lighter eye makeup, the thinner cattail. How's the lip makeup? Do you want it a little bit brighter than that, darker than that, lighter than that? For context, this is what it looks like when she's zoomed out. Unfortunately, like I was saying earlier, the eyebrows, when you go out a couple levels of detail, are a lot less dark. And these are as dark as I can make them. Okay. How is the facial shape for you? Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're happy. I will save this one again just to be sure. I can still send you the other ones if you want, but it's definitely the one that doesn't have a number after it. Shoot you a screenshot just so that you have an accurate. That's what it looks like in Character Creator. I'll load in just to show you what it looks like in game again. Sure. Okay, I'll just send you that one. The other reason it runs a lot more slowly is because they have so many debugs running in PTU. Hey, sorry, I didn't even see chat up there, Tsunami. Just character creating. Per usual, if you have any requests, you can shoot me a message on Discord, Sharksbite, and it looks like I have one more person. Hey, we're not even going to try looking at it in here because the lighting's so bad. That's what we look like here. And real quick, we'll go down, look at it in a slightly more neutral lighting. Way. I am very dyslexic. Right and left are not my really dark. Go. One of the areas where we found kind of the most neutral lighting, and then also I'm going to switch it to default. So this is what it looks like without reshade on in a fairly normal neutral lighting area. Apparently I'm just going to collide with stuff. And again, we're in Slideshow Simulator because this is PTU. We're in Area 18. And they're running tests on the, call it, Invictus launch week. Speaking of which, I have to make a recruitment trailer for it. Okay. Do you know which hospital? This might be too. It's not bad. That looks really bad. Yep. Censor the entire face, why don't we? Hello, floor person. Lighting's still a little bit harsh. But again, I also am usually running reshade. This is freezing. Now we're on my color night vision. Is it not cycling through? Okay. There. Anyway, get in game, play around with it a little bit. Let me know if you need me to touch it up or whatever. I'm happy to get back on and mess around with it a little bit. We all know the lighting in between the character creator is a lot different than the lighting in game. I believe I have one more person to do. should already have the file there. Let me go through and see. Got it. Okay. Did not, to my knowledge, get permission to put the next one up, so we're gonna go without reference photos again. Let me hide these ones. And if he gets on and messages me back or whatever, then that can change. Okay. Got those. Yeah, hopefully they don't do like a wipe or something. That would be great. Okay. So it looks like this will be the last one, unless I get anyone else sending me requests. And I do this for donation. If people want to send in-game funds or cash, cash always helps. Helps me pay bills. Helps me keep the lights on. I am trying to get disability, but they're doing things with the federal government right now that make life difficult. So anyway, pull up these. Refresh this. Generally when I'm working, it's nice to have close up high definition photos. It doesn't have to be fancy like with filters or anything. Um, but I prefer to have a straight on, straight face headshot, no glasses, no hat, um, and then a full profile of the left and right, and then 45 degrees. So, like, if you're looking at my camera and it's like up here, like that, like that, like that, like that, and like that. And then if you have like a specific hairstyle that you've had in the past that you want, or specific facial hair or whatever, same thing. Just shoot me those, and then I can make those modifications. But basically, I like to start with a pretty clear picture of the head, so that I can get the bone structure and everything correctly. And in general, unless someone has like really weird shape of beard or whatever, then I don't have to mess with it after that. Sometimes to get the beard to fit right, you can mess with the chin wideness a little bit, but my cat wants attention. She's getting attention, don't worry. Hair, beard, go with these. What? So this person has some nice deep crow's feet, smile lines, defined around the cheeks, some forehead creases. We'll start with this. If we need to move it later, we can. Unfortunately, once again, we don't really have a good version of the hair that we want, but we'll go with the closest that we can. First, actually, I'm going to change the head shape. Longer head, lean face, blue eyes, almost. Well, let's see. In that one, it looks like blue green. Oh, definitely blue. Yeah, it looks like that's again going to be the closest we're going to get. Beard and mustache. We'll go with that for now. It's pretty close. That's actually a little too red. Color, dye the roots, keep them dark, add some red to it. That's weird. It's showing black. Come on. Sometimes it doesn't always refresh, and you have to change the menu a little bit. Yep, it froze again. Why that's all. Actually, not that color. Go brown. Come on, get some pink in there, but not yellow. That skin texture's like allergic to color. That was close. Come on, come back. Okay, a little better. Less red in the hair. But does this adjust all of them? No. Okay. It's still highlighted there. Let's check and see if there's a beard that is less developed than that. That's a little closer. Mouth shape's almost perfect. Adjusts it a lot. Hard to tell if it's like blue or green. I guess I'll leave it there. Oh, he said bald and no beard, and he'll customize it. Okay, cool. Well, I'll put it bald and no beard. Still, see, the longer ears are reserved to the ones that are like way outside of the head, and that's not what we want. It's not bad, except from the front, it looks like elephant ears. Hi, cat. No offense to whoever's ears they scanned. That actually looks closer. And from this picture, his eyes look like a light green hazel almost. Oh, those are almost yellow. Sorry, mosquito. We still can't change the outer ring here. And the eyes, they're always going to be that dark for now. They're like too bright or too dark. No. Tall, not wide. One. Okay, I will upload these and send them to him, and then come on. Check and see. Sure, I didn't miss anyone else. Okay. I'm gonna get off. If you guys want me to make more um characters, if you guys have requests or anything like that, it can be um celebrities, your own like custom avatar. We can work on it as you're watching and giving feedback like you saw with some of the other ones. And if you have any questions, go ahead and just shoot me a Discord DM. It's Sharkspite, just like my name here. I am hopefully going to be on doing this a little bit more. Um, Like I said earlier, I do this for donations. A lot of people have done cash. Cash is great. Like I said before, it helps me pay the bills between 20 and 30 bucks just for the amount of time that I'm putting into it. Um, and